Streaming? Oh, we're live. Let's start up the music. So, bit of background music. Let me also check on. Whilst this, of course, is booting up. Right, let's check. To generate some tags. YouTube. Thank you. Let's see, what can I generate that? Oh. Go. Yep, that seems good. Right. Hey, Soy. How you doing, man? The beans here, too. So that works. So apparently planning streams sometimes just doesn't really work, which is really annoying. Shut up. I'm using Magic Leap anyway. Just... Also, Soy, let me know if the music is a bit too loud compared to the audio of my mic, because I can't really tell. Alright, so we're back where we left off with our Ludo board. What music? Should be music, right? Or is it just... Wait, let me take a listen real quick. There should be music in the background. Second, let me just pause my music real quick. Can't really tell. Ah, there's no music. What the fuck? Where is my music gone? Is it on the wrong... Could be on the wrong thing. Let me check. Property. As audio. Let me just put it on all. That should fix. Let me check now. On audio. Is it just too low, maybe? Audio. That work? Yeah, okay, so that's more like the issue was it was just way too low. Alright, good. Let me just move it up a little because it's still pretty. Like that. That should be good. That good, Soy? Some epic music in the background. Thanks. Very epic, I know. And we're not even making the game in Epic Games. With Unreal Engine. Terrible joke, I know. Alright, mirror was already imported, so let's make it so... We are going to start with our scriptable object, so... Let's create a folder first. Scriptable... Objects. There we go. This is going to be game rule. No, rule set. Rule set. This is going to be a set of rules. Haha, funny. Terrible joke, I know. Thanks Visual Studio for slowly booting up. Alright, this is a scriptable object. Script object for some apparent reason. Is Unity yet registered yet? I guess. Because as soon as I've typed it, it was allowed. Symbol search, okay, thanks. I love errors. Alright, so in the scriptable object, we're of course going to have the following items, like let's just make it game info, so containing the name, game type. Well, actually, amount of dices. Because we want to possibly make it easy to use in other games as well. Colon, game info name, amount of dices, what more? Amount of players. So max players actually. Max players. Min players. Then we want some basic rules. I don't know. I think these are generally for basic information, and then we're going deeper for Ludo, which we are currently making inside of the tabletop game. So let's make it a name. So let's make a public string name. We're also going to don't need a description. Thanks. Public int amount of dices. Public int max players. And public int min players. Well, let's just do min max actually. So like that. That's gonna be our base rule set. Is actually going to be abstract because I don't want this to be included like this. Like, no one should make a rule set like a normal rule set, so. Because why would you have a base rule set? Okay, and then we're going inside Ludo. We're going to make the Ludo set. I need some information there, which is going to be of type rule set. And on top of it, we're going to make... Okay, so what has Ludo? Oh, great. Thanks Nightbot for apparently throwing an exception. Great. That's needs to be fixed. I thought I fixed it, but apparently I overlooked one part. Alright, fair. Huh. Alright. So, Ludo rule set, right? What rules are specific to Ludo? Like, there's going to be like the player, if they are able to just make that a comment above it. So player is forced to walking past finish dice roll too high. So finish skip. Nice. No. Roll high. Let's just make it skip. Skip, finish, roll too high. So that's one of our rules, right? So if the player is close to his finish points, then he needs to pass it because his roll's too high, he can't go into the finish. That's only if he doesn't have any other pawns, of course, on the board. What is another rule you can like have in Ludo? We can make it public. Let's just make it so the role required to enter the board, just to have fun, right? Like, of course, like some rules are like we can make it however we want. Like, so the rule required to enter board. So we'll make that the public rule. Role. Value to enter board. So that. Why? No, not. It's not a bool. It's an int, by the way. Because it's an integer. Integer is. Actually, I can even make it an unsigned short. Because that would be 60,500. No, 65,535. That's from 0 to 6,500. 65,000. So that should be enough, right, to hold a number. So let's go back to Unity, yeah. So let me just refresh this, right? Game manager. Just do that. Game manager mono behavior, yeah. Find object of type player. Spawn pawns. So this should be an overridable. Virtual actually. So I make this a virtual. Protected. Virtual void. Current player. Yeah, so I do want this, and player needs to be a base class player. So this will be an abstract class too. Visual Studio is not ew. No, Visual Studio is nice. Let's keep it a mono behavior for now. I will need to move this, so let me just copy paste, then change this to, yeah, I know you're complaining now, Ludo Game Manager. Well, it depends on what you're used to. Like, I'm used to this, of course, for school. So, I generally am used to this right now. Which is game manager. Go. Which is an override. Override void start, which is protected actually. Protected. Otherwise it won't work. And then it will do that, which players of course is not sad because players is that. I need to make this protected. This will be... so this is that. Then we're here of course also going to apply a rule set. Which is the rule set, active rule set. Active set. And then we're just making a print here. Active rule set dot name. Activated. Loaded. Let's just do that. And then we'll just do a base.start, of course, because we want to use the previous start. We'll set up the players. The players is type of Ludo player, which is this, but then a little bit different. So this is player, which is going to be an abstract class. We're going to copy and paste you. This is Ludo player, which is just going to be Ludo player, and it's going to be hooked off player. Go. Then it's going to complain because it has all these data, so we don't have color. This is also not required anymore. I'll make throw dice part of this, but generally because some games need more dices and that. So I will, however, make a start function here. Actually, game manager isn't not a singleton. This needs to be a singleton. So this is going to be a public static game manager instance get with a private set. Oh. A private set indeed. That's going to be set on awake. So instance, if instance is null, instance is this. Else if instance is not this, destroy this. Pretty much that. Just so it makes it a singleton out of it, because I'm that done. I need player to be also on this side. Okay, and then we on start we can just say, so this is not needed anymore because we have instance now. So this will still be 1, right? From 1 to instance. No, what instance? No. Game manager dot instance question mark dot rule set, get rules actually. I need a public rule set get active set, which is just going to be active rule set. Get active rule set dot amount of dices times 6 plus 1. Cannot convert int to float. Why? Is it because that? Alright, I guess. It's because of that question mark. I mean, fair. Also, there's no. Let's just do that. If get active rule set. If that. I first need to check this. If that or that, then return 0. There we go. And I add the +1 here to, of course, include the last number because random range is excluding the last number. So the max is exclusive to last, so that just makes it a little bit easier. Alright, so this is gone. End player turn, yeah, so that can stay there. Alright, so that's that. Then we go to Ludo Game Manager. Players is Ludo player, of course is that. I can just do this because we know it's Ludo players there. And on update, I really don't like this actually. On key down, let me just do this. So this is Ludo player, current player. Let me just say player. Otherwise it will. Current player, of course. Yeah, okay, so I need to make this also a getter. So there's going to be public player get current player, which is just going to be players. Current player. And this is going to be private because then I can control the current player action being here, and that makes it a little bit easier, right? And then I'll just do game manager instant dot get current player, thank you, as Ludo player, because we know it's Ludo, which makes it a little bit easier. Okay, so what's, oh yeah, it's not a method, it's just a, and now we have it as a Ludo player, which makes it a little bit easier, and then we'll just do Players throw dice, players color, player home spot, blocked by himself. That makes it a little bit easier to read too, instead of every time accessing that array. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh yeah, because this of course returns a player. Pawn. Yeah, so that's funny. Because of course pawn uses player then. This should be an abstract, by the way, because this needs to be... Can move this pawn. That's fair. Also, the move to boards is fair. That just needs a semicolon, because otherwise it will... Yeah. Oh yeah, this needs to be also abstract. Otherwise it won't work. Why does that not work? Ambig. Pawn spot and pawn spot. I mean, I guess that's because of this, right? Alright. So then we need a Ludo pawn. Which is technically part of is no longer abstract. It's Ludo. It's a pawn, and it's a Ludo pawn. Ludo pawn, and then technically all that can be removed, and this just needs a virtual. No, an override. That. Then it complains because of the protection level. Oh, alright. Yeah, because I need spot with a big S. And then this can be removed. And then all is fine. And Ludo Game Manager, I apparently am accessing... Yeah, right here it's of course still player. Can I virtual for Ludo on? Possibly on. Move pawn over to there. Make this a virtual. Can I do that? Oh yeah, I can. So default it will do that. Public override player is actually a Ludo player. Oh, that's sad. Actually, no, this... No, that won't work. Sad. Alright, never mind. Let's just make that. Keep it on that, and make it so in Ludo Game Manager I need make it what would be the best way? So I would say if it is blocked, yeah. So if it is blocked, I just need to do this. And then make it so Ludo pawn, pawn, oh no, player, Ludo player, is the player blocking home as Ludo player. And then he'll take the free storage spot for that. And then we can just do player here again. Player here again. Player here again. Player there. Oh, here comes one again, so if it is blocked, Ludo player blocked by as Ludo pawn. Sorry, Ludo player. And of course this can be removed because that's already in over. Alright, so that's fixed that. Then clear that. Then there's no errors anymore. Game manager is not game manager. That's going to be a Ludo. Then I need to save you. Didn't do that yet. Then in Ludo game manager I need in game manager I need the protected rule set, active rule set needs to be a serialized field. I'll make this be the top one, then enter, then like that. There we go. Now we have active rule set. And now we're going to make a rule set. So I need to copy something over from this one. Just so I can move that into Ludo rule set. Rule sets Ludo. Now if we go back to Unity, we can do right click, create scriptable object, rule sets Ludo. Ludo rule set. Alright, so this is called Ludo. Amount of dice is 1, minimum players 2, maximum players 4. There we go. And the number to enter the board is 6. Then we'll make it header. Role specific. Then we'll make a rule set header game so just so we have it a little bit nicer in the there we go. Game info, role specific, and there we go. Then we'll make a folder games. Move Ludo in there. In Ludo, yeah, I know. I'm going to do that. Then in Ludo, we're moving game manager to games, pawn to games, Player to games. Do I have a folder yet? No, projects. And so we'll make a new folder called scriptable objects. Another folder, rule sets. And here we move that one to board spot will be a game specific one. There we go. That will help us clean up that a little bit. Alright, so game manager. We now have non-rule set. This will be a Ludo rule set. Go. That's the active rule set. Alright. Then we're going back to Ludo Game Manager, right? Oh yeah, of course, everything has moved. Let me just close these all, right? Close all tabs, just so I can... The Ludo Game Manager, right? This is our AI, sort to say, like... It's pretty... it's a pretty basic one. So... This is just so I can test all the basic things. So in Ludo, of course, you have the move too, but you have also this, right? Which I want to be in the Ludo pawn. Right here. So let's go Ludo Game Manager. This will be in a thing, right? So that will be a public void move attack pawn on board spot. Which just will be checking, alright, if spot dot is blocked and it's not blocked actually. It's not blocked, or if it is blocked and it's the spot is blocked by player himself, of course, this dot player. So that will be just checking, okay, is the spot not blocked? Or if it is blocked by himself, because we want to check if it's blocked by himself, then return, because we don't want to attack that. If it is, then it will just continue. So if it is blocked and it is not blocked by himself as player, we of course want to move the pawn to storage, which is going to be this. Which is just going to be get the spot, get the get the free storage spot. So spot pawn move to, and he's going to move to first we are going to get the player blocking the spot. So if it let me just do this. So if it isn't blocked, we're going to return. If it's blocked by the current player, we'll return. We can also not attack a pawn if the spot is a home spot. Spot type is equal to. Why doesn't it work? Board spot. I think that's board spot dot spot type. Yeah. Home. So we cannot attack if the. Oh, that explains it because of that exclamation. So if the spot type is a home, then we'll return here too, because you cannot attack a home spot. Unless it, oh wait, no. Can attack a board spot, but if it is blocked by the player of that home spot. So if the, so I need to do that right under here. So if the spot type is of course blocked, and that's, spot dot blocked by player. How are we going to get the home of it? Because correct, board spot doesn't have pawn on spot. If it is a home spot, I need to look at all this player's home spot, and if it checks. So if it is a home spot, I need to actually do a little bit more logic. So if it is a home spot, I need to get all the get the player that owns this home spot, which is going to be a Ludo player, of course. Player is game manager instance. Players, no. That's going to be tough. What we could do in... Let's just make it actually in the... Okay, so board spot actually still needs to be... So this needs to be an abstract, of course. Set pawn on spot, blocked by player. That can be that. So... We do have pawn on spot here. We have is blocked, which is technically that. And we have pawn on spot. And we have knocked spots, which is what it can access. The rest generally is Ludo specific. So that can be removed. And then we'll make in Ludo pawn. Oh. Create C# script Ludo board spawn. Which is just technically that. This is a board spawn. The board spawn. Which is technically just this, so that makes it a little bit easier. So in Ludo board spot, we're going to get the owner of that spot, because public player gets owner of spot. So that will be okay. So first we're going to check if this spot is a normal spot? If so, return null. So if type equal to type.spot, return null. Because if it's a normal spot, no one has the ownership of that spot. Alright, then next we're going to check if so then we're going to switch on that type, right? Actually, I could have just done that at the first place. So in default, we're going to return null. Check on type and return player game manager. Sudo game manager, of course, requires me to. Oh, now it has access, of course, doesn't work anymore. Spot type also, because spot is considered a board spot in Ludo player. So board spot. That makes it a little bit easier. That's no longer required here. There we go. This needs to be a Ludo pawn. There you go. Easy as that. Now everything is going to, of course, have errors, so that's fair. Why does it still say that? Ludo player. Oh yeah, because Ludo pawn, of course, needs to be Ludo board spawn. Ludo board spawn. Oh yeah, that just needs to be a normal board spot because that is going to that. Then pawn gives you back a board spot, but it requires you to get the spot. This is going to be a public Ludo board spot. I just do a new. So this is of course pawn. Pawn is spot with a capital S. Alright, so maybe I can do spot. Then I will complain, of course, and then I just say new is base dot spawn with a small s. I need to as Ludo's board spawn. If I'm correct, that fixes that, right? Or not. Pawns returns a I read only pawn Ludo player. Yeah, of course. This needs to return Ludo pawn. What is it? And this is Ludo. Oh, Ludo board spawn. Why does Ludo board spot? Oh yeah, you recall return because of course board spot, and board spot has pawn, which I can override because I can just say now public new Ludo pawn is pawn this dot pawn as Ludo pawn. Name can be simplified. Alright, so that's good. So I can just do that. That fixes that issue. Did I do that in Ludo pawn? Yeah, I said base dot spot. Maybe I need to do base because maybe it will. Yeah, so that is required because otherwise it will have an infinite. So so now it will return a Ludo pawn, which technically makes it a little bit easier. So this is going to be so of course this is checking on the last spot. So what I'm going to do is making Ludo board spot last spot on path equals path dot count -1 as Ludo path Ludo board spot. There we go. And then I can do this, and this is going to be a Ludo board spot type home. There we go. That fixed that issue. All right, now back to the game manager. So Ludo game manager, I want Ludo game manager to have a way to get the all the Ludo players, like all the players. So I could just make it a in-game manager get players, right? And then just make it a I read only. Black. I read only collection. I think. Of type players. Players equals it just returns players. Returns an I read only collection. Nice. And I can always get the players if I want it. So players as an I read only collection of Ludo player. Just that's get all players. Players, no players. So that's going to be a I read only action of Ludo players. What's that? There we go. Because this, of course, returns an I read only player, and Ludo player is, of course, inherited from players, so that can just be converted thanks to that. And then I'll do this, and then find first or default. Yeah, let's just do that. P dot Home spot is equal to spot. Then if a player is null, so that then throw new some exception. Let's do that and then import system. Throw new exception where player with home spot not found. This should never happen. Because technically every player, of course, has his home spot, unless it's unset in the player itself, which is possible, but that just makes it so I fucked up the configuration. Alright, so then we have the player, right? And then we need to check if player check if spot is blocked by same player. So that's technically just checking if spot not blocked by small player. There we go. If it is, then we return because we can't hit him, attack him. Can attack pawn. Let's just make it that and then bool. Is blocked. False. If it's blocked by the player, false. False. Then we get the player blocking the spot, so that's spot dot player pawn dot player. That should be a Ludo player, right? No, that's. Why is that a normal pawn? Oh, that returns a normal player. Where's Ludo pawn? There's Ludo pawn. Why didn't we just make it a public new Ludo player base player as Ludo player? Now it's a Ludo player, which is correct. So Ludo player. Of course, and it complains about that one. Player blocking spots. Alright, so that. Then move the pawn of that player to storage. So that should be just player blocking spot dot restore spot. Turn true. No, just make it attack pawn and not. So then we also know if he actually did it, yes or no. So that's the attacking of that pawn. Because we don't want to do it when it's not blocked. If it is blocked by the current player that is with this pawn, then we also don't want to beat him, because why would you beat your own player? If it's a home spot, we check if the person on that home spot is the same as where the home spot is owned by, because then it's also not allowed. Then we check if then we get the player that is blocking the spot, and then we yeah, technically just move the player. We move the pawn on that home spot, on that spot, to a fridge storage spot, because we don't want that. So this now makes it easier, so we can in Ludo Game Manager just say, hey, this attack pawn. This is the current pawn, right? No, we first need Ludo. Then also needs to be Ludo. Then pawn. Dot. This needs to be pawn, by the way. Ludo pawn. Attack pawn, if there is one. At player at home spot. I'm quickly gonna go to the toilet real quick. I'll be right back. And also, I'll get another cup of coffee. I'm back with some coffee. Alright, so we have a tech pawn now introduced, right? But now that I come to think of it, like, how are we going to check if the home spot is not already blocked by himself? Actually, no, we have a boolean. So technically, if we just say a Ludo pawn in storage, make it so that is always accessible right here, then if the roll is 6, and pawn in storage is available, and pawn, attack pawn, sorry, pawn in storage, attack pawn, his home spot, which is player home spot, then it will move it to the home spot. Else it will just move. Let's just say player home spot. Like that. Then the only other thing I need to do is in Ludo, if it is not blocked, then we'll just return true. Because then we know that we can go there anyway. Because then we know, like, oh yeah, it's attacked, like, there's no issue. Then else, if it isn't 6, or there's no longer a pawn in storage, or it cannot attack the person at home spot, if there is any, of course, then we'll check the pawns available on the board. So all the people in storage that aren't in storage yet, then we'll get, then we'll make a path, of course, or we'll check if the path, okay, so we clear the path for every pawn available. Then we'll check the pawn, if the next spot is equal to 0, so of course if it's finished, the last finished spot, then it will just cancel it out and it's not available. Then it will check the next spot, then it will check if it has 2 spots in the next spawn, then checks if the second spot is accessible by the player, which this is a little bit annoying. Like, this is of course a pawn, but this should be Ludo pawn. Same with this one. And same with this one. And then has access should be... No, next spots. Spot. Next spots. Next spots is a public... Yeah, right. So if we go to Ludo pawn, or Ludo spot. Public... New spot, Ludo spots, Ludo board spots, array, next spots. Correct, right? Next spots, yeah. So let's just make that under the type, because I want the type to be the top one always, generally. Go. And now if we go back to Ludo Game Manager, shit has access be that, yeah. That's a bit sad. This should be a Ludo board spot. Ludo board spot. As list board spot. Cannot convert Ludo board spot to type board spot via reference. Alright, then we'll just return that back. Oh, that's a bit too much. There we go. Now we'll complain, of course, about this, which I will do Ludo board spot, last spot in path equals as Ludo board spot. Go. Add that. There we go. So that fixes that. Not the best looking code, but this just is like pathfinding generally. Which needs to be reworked, because I don't want has access anymore. I want the pawn to have a target spot. Which is possibly the next thing that I will work on. So I was looking here at get owner of spot, right? Get owner of spot now has 0 references. Why? Because I want it in Ludo. Pawn right here, yeah. So get the player blocking. Yeah, so technically this would be it then. So that would be in Ludo board spot, get owner of spot. That will just be that. Alright, so if type case type dot home, then it would be I'll just make it so that's that. Get all players, create an instance, create a reference to a player to be used. Switch. Alright. And players as first default, where this is case type storage. Where storage read-only list. And finish spawns, of course. Alright, so p dot storage spots dot contains this. Player with storage spawn not found, this should never happen. And then the last with the finish spot. And that needs to be copied. Then I can just now go into the Ludo board manager, Ludo pawn. Move all of this, and then if it is a home, make it a one if line. And spot dot is blocked by player. Spot dot get owner of spot. So if it's a home spot and it's blocked by the owner of that spot, then return false. So then it's not allowed. There we go. Makes it a little bit smaller. And then here we just have that for every part, which is a little bit easier to use. And then we'll get the player blocking the spot. If this is all return false, and of course blocked return true. If it's not blocked, it will return true, because who cares about that? Then move the spawn to storage, which is the player blocking the spot, of course. Return true for because it has finished attacking that pawn. Actually, this should be renamed to attack spot. Because of course it's about a spot and not a pawn. Of course there is a pawn on that spot, but it's better. Alright, now I'm curious. Yeah, that's what I thought. Everything here needs to be changed to a Ludo board spot. And now if I'm correct, it should still contain all the references. Good. And game manager has that, then this should all be Ludo player. Let me guess, I didn't player still abstract, that's explained. There we go. Game manager has that, then I need to go to the Ludo prefabs for every pawn. As I open you as Ludo pawn instead. And now that still would work. Oh, correct. The same field. Do I have board spot, next spots? Yeah. Same field name is serialized multiple times in class or its parent class. This is not supported. Base mono behavior next spots. I have a place that's called let me just copy that, Google search that. Let me just. Yep. Cute. Let's just look up what that is. Um. So it is complaining. I think it's about next spots, but is that because of you? FKS now doesn't have access for that. That should fix those errors. But it still complains about that? Does work. It actually because of that. Like, I'm curious, like, if I... Oh. Then save that, then turn back over here. It has to do with that next spot then, I assume. But it... Like, it's serialized, but it's... Ah, it's serialized twice. So this is not possible. Alright. Then I can... Like, then I understand. I already was like, what does it... That explains all that. See. Yeah, that's the serialization that went wrong there. Which I need to reset all these references. Where it's of course missing, because some it actually did copy over, but some it didn't. 19 to 20, 20 to 21, 1 to home, yellow to 23, 4 to 25, 5 to... So that one was set. 26, 27, 27, 28, 29, 29 to 30, 30 to 31, 31 is to home green, green is 33, 34, which is already set. Let me just unlock that. 34 to 35, already set. 37 to 30, 37 to 38, 38 to 39, 39 to 40, 40 to spot. Green 1 to green 2, green 2 to green 3, and green 4 is empty. So red 1 to red 2, red 2 to red 3, which is set, and red 3, 4, and red 4 is empty, blue to blue. Then blue 2 to blue 3, blue 3 to blue 4, and blue 4 should be empty, that's correct. Yellow 1 to yellow 2, yellow 2 to yellow 3, yellow 3 to yellow 4, and yellow 4 should be empty, yes. Storage 1 to home, storage 2 to home, storage 3 through home, which is that, and storage 4 also home. Let me just make that a little bit easier, so... Go. $41. Green. Still. There we go. Those are the storage set for green again. But storage needs to be above, I think. Up. That one. Then we're going to storage blue. Blue. Home blue. Home blue. Home blue. Home blue. And blue slot 1. Yep. One. Alright, so you don't have it set. And you don't have it set. Alright. Those two home yellow. These two home yellow. There we go. And I'll put the homes at the top. And these are then just regular spots. Which I'll make a create empty spots. There we go. So that's a little bit organized. I'll clear that, start playing. Alright, so if I press space, logic should still work. Although that is incorrect, so I think the axis is incorrect. Yeah, so that's incorrect, yeah. So these should have green as axis. Should have yellow as axis. There we go. Oh, sequence contains no matching element. Line 23. For default then. Lines 1. So yeah, so now yellow needs to technically move on. So So here it checks, of course, if beta roll bound, then should be set to that. So this needs to be reworked, right? So let's just look at Ludo pawn. Like, I think the Ludo pawn needs to have a target board spawn. So let's make that a public public no. Let's just make that a so public board spawn, Ludo board spawn, target board spawn, get target board, and target board spawn. What it will do, right? So first we need to get home. No, get spots that get all finished spot. That's the first one. So let's get all finished spots. Then we'll check the finished spots. Then we'll order the finished spots. Finish spots. Order. Then order the finished spots. Then get the first unblocked spot. Return get the last unblocked spots in reverse order. Actually, this should be return the last unblocked spot. So we're first going to get all spots. We should have player, right? Yeah, so we have players. So player but finish spots. It's an I read only list, good. So make a list out of that list. Ludo board spot, finish spots. To list. Just so you have a copy of that, right? Actually make it it's because why not? There we go. Finish spots. So duplicate that line, and then we're ordering that on finish spots. 4. Ludo board spot for this. So to move the items around. So 4 each actually. 4 each spot in the finish spot. Let's check. Okay, is spot dot next spots. This should be a for loop anyway. For I 0, I is smaller than spots dot count I plus. All right, Ludo spots. Yeah, pretty much. Spots I. If the next spot, if spin spots. Down. If I plus 1 is equal to that, then because then it shouldn't do this. So if the current spot, right? If the next spot spots dot things finish spots I plus 1. It doesn't contain. Then I need to reverse them. Then we need a go for spots TMP was spot. Then spot is finished spot and finish spots I plus 1 will stamp. So then we rotate those around. This actually needs so this doesn't work. Or int J0 J is smaller than spots.count J plus plus. If J, then it should rotate it around. If J is equal to I, then it should continue. Why would you check on itself? Okay. If I'm correct, that should order it correctly. I don't know. Let me just do a void. And let's just call it on start here, just to be sure. I want to check it. Get target board spot. let me just do that, then print hello, just so I can put my breakpoint over there, and then attach that to Unity, just so I can check if it actually sorted it correct. So every player has finish spots, right? Yeah. All right, what's finish spots? So you have 2. Okay, why is everything? So yeah, this went wrong. Oh, that explains it. Finish spot is finish spot J. No. Alright, so what's finish sports now? Still that, okay. That's just wrong. Because that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. So that's correct. Did I fuck up my bubble sword? I probably fucked up my bubble sword, didn't I? Let me check what bubble sword. Or just so I can remember. I kind of forget sometimes. So an array length -2 even. Oh. So that's -1. -1. -1. And then we do that. Does it for I, so that's J plus 1. J and Budo board spot with plus 1. And then if, well, that's a problem, right? If that, but I should be checking it on thing. So if it doesn't contain it, so if the current spot doesn't contain the next spot, then it should do that. J equals J plus 1 and J plus 1 is temp. Alright, let's see if that works. So we go in with all those finished spots 1, 2, 3, 4, and we go out with 1, 2, 3. Okay. Then we attach to it again, but now check. We're yellow 4, 1, 4, 3. Should be 1. Because 1, 2, yeah. So let's check. First, need to check. That's wrong. Not the correct one. Should be this one, right? 1, 4, 3, 2. That returns now 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Sorting. Let's go. So that works. Now you can just make it however you want, and then just it'll be sorted. So then it will return. So I need board spot. Return finish spots dot first or default. The S, but it should be in reverse order, right? So now it goes from 1, 2, 3, 4. No, then it should be in this actually. The last unblocked spot. So for each let's just make it Ludo board spot target spot. Let's leave that empty for each actually make it null. So if it is null, then it should keep going, of course. So I know the value is set but never used. So then we're going the board spot finish spot in spots. If finish spot got blocked is blocked, then break. Else then target spot. So as soon as one is blocked, it should break out of it, and then it would return the target spot. So this should get the target board spot, and then we don't have to worry about the whole X's anymore, which was shit. So and then here we do public list Ludo board spot, find optimal path. So then first we'll make Ludo board spot get target target spot equals get target board spot. It could be that I need to reuse it in later date, but I don't know. Yeah, I know. Target spot And what we'll do is the current spot, right? Find optimal path with an integer of roll. Wow. Or let's just do while roll is above 0. And in the end, we'll do roll minus minus. We need a list. Or spawn path. Then path dot find no path dot add all right, private list C# pathfinding. $2D, yeah. Actually, so it's just easier for, right? Because technically, what you have you can always go one way. But once there is a fork, it should check if it can access that fork, like the branch. So I need a while. No, a for each, right? So for each for each Ludo board spots branched spot in the path count -1 dot next spots. If it only has one, then it should check. Okay, then wow. If it can go to that path, right? So, wow. Ludo board spot. So Follow branch. And branch. Then branch. Go to target. Go to target. Technically, that's it. Which is just going to be Ludo board spot target. Ludo board spot branch. This shouldn't. Should just be. If spot dot xbots dot length is to 1, then path dot add spot while path -1 path count is not a target spot. Then it first checks, okay, is that then else to check for each branch spot. Is the optimal branch? So, can branch go to target? Then we'll have the target. Then we'll get the branch spot. That's where the branch starts, of course. So then we'll do list path list of list Ludo board spot as new list Ludo. Yep. Then follow branch to target. Then pass dot add, that's the first one, right? So pass list board spot spot. There we go. Apparently that's not. Default parameter of must be a all-time constant. Well, then we'll make it well when entering first branch that it. All right. So path. So it follows the first path. So wow. Lists. The board spot path was. So that's the path. That. Now we'll do this, and then we'll check wall path. Path. Dot count -1. Is not equal to path. No, target. And where path account -1 dot next spots is not 0. And if it is 0, if the last if the path dot equal to target, then it's a possible path. Sorry, dot count dot length. It's not 0, then keep on going. Then path. Alright, so first we'll do. Of course, we always need to add path at branch spot. Alright, then if path and path dot add next spot 0, because then we own that. Else, of course, this board spot and not board spot, board spot, board spot, board spot. Returns also odd. This is actually. If it doesn't have that, then we'll do path. If this isn't out, then better. If pass is equal, and pass of unassigned. Okay, so that can do. So alright, so else then I need to check okay. For then for each. Exactly. We're not going to add that. We're going to follow branch to target, branch spot. It's target from branched spot. I put that into paths. Think this will make the best paths, all the paths that are possible. Oh yeah, I forget every time, so that should be just new. Alright. Oh, and it can even be. Oh my god. Simplify more. Find all path. Should be starting spot. There we go. And this can be public, and technically that can just be thrown in on actually. And let's see if it is possible. So find all paths from spot. No, target spot. Target spot to from spawn. and that just return paths dot find where p oh pass dot order by p dot how dot oh yeah first so find optimal path, because technically optimal path first spawn path equals rend hello. Then let's attach to Unity. Because technically storage will go to home, so everything should be connected. Oh, Stack Overflow, of course. So alright, let's see what it does, alright? So, we come to the first spawn. It has a target, red slot, it's correct, and starting spot, storage 1 red, which technically has... it has a next spot, right? So that's home red. That just gets added too. I assume that the first time where it goes wrong is, of course, does the find paths. So if I press F5, sorry, press F5 there, and then the current starting spot is home again. Oh yeah, because this of course keeps looping. That's a bit annoying. So I need to check in that for each if branch spot, if path, because currently, if path dot contains branched spawn, then you just can skip that one because it's already in that list. Otherwise, it will keep on going around, which is not what we want. I think I made Unity crash, didn't I? Well done! I made a wall through loop. Let me just restart Unity. Stat. Oh yeah. Let me just quickly. Attach to Unity. Oh, attached. Let's see. Alright, so starting point storage red. Correct. Target red slot 1. Then we come in here and currently the path is oh, of course. Currently there's no check if we can actually enter that spot. Oh yeah. So what it should do here, right? Now that I think. If it's that, then it should always do that. If it's this, then first we go for each, right? No, for let's make this a 4. Int I for 0, I is smaller than this. I plus plus. Then if path contains if I 0 sorry, no, if path doesn't contain this, if it's already inclusive, then just continue. If path done if I is equal to 0, then path dot add then I just do this. So the 0 will always be added to that. And the other ones needs to be available. Right? That's again in the loop. The For loop, the while loop stuck, so I need to fully restart it. I never attached this. And it still breaks, so this is also not the way. And this also need a sport spot. I just thought about spot. Sorry, path. Just path. If current path. Then path dot add range. Current path. Path dot add starting point. Always needs to. So technically, this does this. That can be moved. Um. This I need to think of possibly. I'll be right back. back. Let's go. Oh, my music stopped. I just went back as soon as I think. So I was thinking, right? Oh, this should be 1. Let's just put this into parentheses anyway. Oh, no parentheses, curly brackets, and then we'll do this one first, and then we'll do that. This is new list using list board spot, new path. It's new with path dot add range path. Let's just can continue with path, yeah. And then afterwards we will also do path.add. Technically we add always this one. So technically I could do that. And if it's higher than 1, do this. I think that will work, right? I don't know. So and then if path dot contains same path twice. Break out, because then I'm not going to find that. Because then you did a whole circle technically and you won't be able to find it. All right, let's see. The moment when you need to, of course, stop the process because the while true, and then it just says, yeah, are you sure you want to launch it? It has been crashing twice already, so you sure? There's Oh, yeah. Can't I just stun the wall? Yes, I can. Alright, path. Path is 1. So currently this is just passing that, right? Yeah. So this is the main path. A breakpoint for inside there? That's drag to red slot 1. Yeah. Does that mean so far it does it for every? Right, let's see how many paths actually return from it. That's also a thing. Should only come back with 1. Yeah, alright, so that's good. Alright, now I'm curious, right? So if we set it to you locked on to it? Oh my god, it is. Wow, that's really. So let's say, right? You are you're there. Just say red, you can also go into storage from spot A. Just checking so I know that my functionality works. So we're now. So the target spot is red slot 4. Should come with 2 paths, which is correct. 12, which goes into spot 8. Which was the one that I set, right? And then goes into the thing, or it goes around fully and then goes into the thing. And then it should return here with the 1 of 12, which is correct. So that's good. And it was spot 8, so that's good. Nice. Nice, I'm happy. My pathfinding works. Then the Ludo game manager, right? So this would be the pathfinding part. So find optimal path. So first we go through pawns available, check how many, what the optimal path is for them and how many spaces that's left for them. So let me just remove that action instead of that, do this, right? So we have pawn available. So let's check pawn that. And then we do check pawn. Find optimal path. And we'll do a list, no, a dictionary of Ludo pawn and um, um, if pawn dot find optimal path dot count is smaller than, I know, is bigger than check pawn dot find optimal path account, then we need to make pawn check pawn. So that gets the shortest pawn that's to that spot. And okay, so there should be some more checks, right? So smaller, then I can continue. If pawn then I can make it null. Actually, my lunch is ready, so I'll be right back. Alright, so I'm back with lunch. Alright, so the next thing I would want to check, right, is because this checks if it's the lowest amount of path, but you also need to check if, of course, the path is at all possible. So what we're going to do is we have the roll here. So what we'll do is roll, find optimal path. Let me just make this list optimal path, just so I don't need to keep on writing that down and go through that for each loop every time. So optimal path, right? Dot yeah, range from 0 to roll. And we'll check if on pause is can move to spots. That if that is possible, if that isn't possible, continue. If optimal path dot count smaller than 1, or so if the path count is smaller than roll, continue. So that so what I also need to check, of course, if that's all checked, then it should be pawn check pawn. And then it should be pawn the optimal path. Pawn, and I should also make here board spot path. And the path, it should is this. Oh. Then I should check if no pawn was given, then but pawns available, the length is bigger than 0. pawns available is 0. So then if there's no pawn, if there was no pawn selected, then what I should do is just get the first pawn. No, it should go through each pawn. And then it should get always just go to the next path on the left. So if for int should also be j equals 0, j equals smaller than rolled, j plus plus. Then half no list spot B is sports bar dot add on survey. Pawns available I spot next spot 0. Then B dot add B count -1 dot next spot 0. If pawn can move to spot P, then pawns available I and path is P and break. Just so it keeps continuing cycle. So let's see if that works. Always make sure that the player turn is ended. Uh-oh. 46. Damn it. That explains it. I do need to check on check pawn, not the actual pawn that should be stored in there, because that doesn't allow. Alright, let's see. 6, 4, yeah. What happened? That shouldn't happen. Yikes. Right, so that always goes the furthest away. So you Something goes wrong. Alright. Red through 5, right? Red, blue, 4. Now red throws 3. Could have gone 1, 3 into there. So let's attach right here, right? Alright, so spawns available is 0, which is currently on spot 4. Their optimal path is 6. So their roll is 5. Their optimal path count is smaller than spawn is null. So it will go into that. Let's step into the cam move, so it checks this path. Path 0. Oh, it contains the... Should always get the next one. Because 0 is actually the one that he's standing on. So let's see this. Seven. Seven. Through 4. -1. That explains it. Okay, so red needs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 1. So now he needs 4. Six. Um, and finish bot dot on not equal to this. That explains it, yeah. All right. Oh, 6. Yellow throws 3. One and it targeted 5, so now it's 3, but index out of range. One. Go through 5. Reference 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the issue right now, right, is that it gets the first person in first, and then after that someone else comes in it, and then the first one checks this one, and then it says that doesn't work. So in Ludo Pawn, I add a public bool is finished. And the Ludo Game Manager wants pawn at pawn dot target spot is equal to path dot path minus 1. And pawn is true. Here we can then also check and dot is finished. Let's see if this works. All the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's throw a 6. 5, which it does. So now that pawn should be finished. Also go back on that pawn. See. Pawn. Pawn. Finished is true. Now I should focus on the other one. Now yellow throws 1. Right through one. One oh three. That's interesting. Should never happen, but correct all these state. Correct. Not finished. The only weird one is that one error in between. 103 where X is out of range. This. That means that furthest away. Apparently. Got on a spot that didn't work. But pathfinding. I love pathfinding. Makes stuff a whole lot easier. So technically. Um. check pawn, can false. But this is raw. Board spawn. Rolled path. And then I should check, okay, if old path roll path dot count -1 dot blocked, and rolled path dot count -1 dot pawn dot as Ludo player storage spot. There we go. So this technically is now pathfinding for the little AI. So that's the Ludo player. I might need Ludo player AI. At least I think. I just need actually public. Private bool is AI. Is AI. If not is AI. Sure. Okay, manager. Error pause. Both of you. So 51, right? Oh no, 91. I already was like 91. If we dot count one locked break. So check if is equal to so if P is blocked, you should break out of it. Less if P people dot count Right. So that AI works. If player AI right. So I'm gonna leave the stream here. I'm gonna next time I'll probably start on some networking code so players can actually play. For now I reworked today generally everything to make it more generic, easily to be added new games. I created the rule set. Haven't really implemented the rule set yet. So, for instance, this one I can actually change because game manager .instance .active rule set as Ludo rule set. Because the current rule set is a Ludo. Role value to enter the board. So that will now be stated to that, and and here I need to add an extra statement that just checks if the current role is able to be executed on the pawns available. And game manager .instance get active rule set as Ludo rule set skip finish roll to high. If that is false, and b dot find optimal path dot count is higher than no, it's lower than the no, it's higher or equal to the, then those are also available. But technically now it makes it so those are changeable. So if I now set, for instance, scriptable objects, rule sets, Ludo. If I now set this to 3, right? And I now debug dot just to make sure it pauses the editor, right? Throw 3, and now 1 is on the board. Nice, that works. Yeah, and skip finish roll to high. Then it should start skipping finish line. I did save it. Oh yeah, that's because of. Oh, well, this goes wrong apparently. If that is false. Or set through. Other parenthesis open. Alright, now let's make a start coroutine here. Game loop. This is an IE numeral alter, I think. While through. Build seconds. Boy, just 1 second, just so I can see what the heck is happening. Error pause off. There we go. Oh. This is actually pretty slow. Let's make it 0.1. So it's a bit faster. Seems like it still skips that, right? Oh well. Anyway, I thank you all for watching. I hope to see you in the next stream where I'll probably go on work on some networking code then, and talk to y'all later. Have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, and see y'all in the next stream. Bye!